Good morning, everybody. It's Thursday, May 13th, 2021, and it's time for another Let's Build Citizen live stream, so let's get started.
Citizen. Citizen.
I'm going to do a little more iterating on the WYSIWYG, and then we'll do a little bit more, once folks show up, we'll do a little bit of the whole value proposition board exercise that Nina suggested we do yesterday. It's a kind of a fun way to think about product development, and so we're going to do that on the stream after a few people show up, and it gets a little more fun anyway, and I need a little bit of simple time to just kind of do a little coding, so I'm going to start with that. And, you know, a couple of simple things, like let's get the table plugin added to our TinyMCE. How does that sound? And why don't we go ahead and commit all the stuff we've done with the editor.
Citizen.
Okay. Kitty catty. And now we get to play the game, Will the Kitty Catty Let Me Work? Yeah. Alright. Rich text, TinyMCE, plugins, table. Yeah, what does that give us? Oh, need a kitty. Is that the right plugin name? Meow. That's right. Aha, yes indeed. So it seems like there's lots of nice controls in there. Boom, deleted the table. Add a row above, add a row. Okay. It looks like that's like a merge. Yeah. Can you do like selecting row? Yeah. Cool, that's all pretty handy stuff. Of course, the whole idea of being able to set the width of the table is hot nonsense, but what can you do? Oh, damn, Kitty, you're so sweet! Not to mention setting the styles on it, so we'll have to look into you say like things like that at some point. But I'm not going to worry about that just yet. But I tell you what we will do is we'll add in a button to create tables. Do we have a table icon yet? We do. So. Stuff like tables and headings, things like that. The question is, how do we want to handle the toolbar, especially because the toolbar is going to, it gets pretty wide pretty fast from mobile. Oh, you're so sweet, little kitty. And we need to be thinking about screen real estate. Tell you what, sometimes mobile can really kiss my ass. That's my professional opinion. All right, so we're gonna have a bunch of controls that we need to add for what? For headings, paragraph. I wonder if this thing picks up on. Doesn't. Okay. Headings, paragraph, block quote, lists, table. I suppose those are all of the blocks or block level pieces of HTML. All the headings, PR, need to get the HR control in there. That's separate though. Definition lists, I don't know. We should look into whether or not there are better controls for it, because it's kind of a wonky thing, you know, inside a tiny MCE. There's not a clear, like if I press enter here, it's not like it stays within the definitions list thing, or the descriptive list, whatever that's called. I don't suppose they have a plugin for it. So we may just not support that for now. Visual blocks. All right. So that's pretty much all of them. Headings, paragraph, block quote, lists, and table. I don't know if I am a huge fan of using a drop-down, but it certainly feels like it's asking for a drop-down. No, kitty. What do you want? What? Let's go ahead and do a drop down. might need to do a custom drop-down rather than just a good old-fashioned one, because that's a lot of options you have to go through. Okay, so that's not going to work. Hey, Sarpath. Yeah, I think that's there's certainly a lot of that. The stuff we're doing right now moves in that direction pretty strongly, to be sure. Why don't we go ahead and dive into the kind of value prop board that Nina shared. Kitty, what are you meowing so much about? What? She needs her kisses, is what it is, clearly. Not getting enough kisses. You know what that? What do you want? You want to go back outside? Maybe you should go back outside so I can work. How's that sound? All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, where did Nina link that? So many channels. Alex, could you ask Nina which channel she linked that board on? Would have thought it was on off topic. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I couldn't find the channel. It was in off topic, and I didn't realize other people had spoken. So, so. This one's there are a lot of different board canvases, they call them. Canvases like this. And we might want to, some of them, so this one is the lean, sort of the lean startup business plan canvas that is geared towards kind of a holistic view, and then there are other canvases you can use that are sort of geared towards value proposition and kind of drilling down on that. Which is more the area I'd like to focus on right now, I think. I just at least want to look at the other canvases and see which one we want to go with. Yeah, so, morning, Melanie. Let's start with the value proposition canvas as opposed to the business model canvas. And then we could, in the future, switch it up. Oh my gosh, cat. That's accurate. Alright, somebody's going out. Okay. Okay. Thus our canvas. Wonder if there's a way to like lock items. Could also add this stuff to the library. Alright. Zen mode. There. Just fits on the screen. Sure. Alright, just DM'd it to you. And why don't I add it to library? Okay. Jobs. We're gonna run out of space pretty quick. I'm starting with the jobs. If anybody wants to contribute any suggestions as I work on jobs, or really on any of the sections, if it's not a customer job, then just let me know which one you're thinking about. It'd be helpful if I had a way to clearly indicate that could mean a lot of things. Collaboration, can we make that one more specific? So, like, so you're talking jobs like collaborating on projects. Almost, you're kind of talking about like a jobs board. And a jobs board is really just kind of a variation of a marketplace, maybe. Not a jobs board. I'm trying to kind of come up with sort of All right, I'll keep it kind of general for the moment. Yeah. It's actually not so good. Let's say that's manage data and information, and then all right, let's futz around a little bit with panes. talking about social toxicity and social interactions in general. The customer jobs right now are very general. The customer jobs right now are very much along the lines of what do we use social media for? And yeah, we need to. This is going to be an iterative process here, I think. Yeah. We may have an easier job talking about pains than anything else. That might help focus us a little bit. Say that one I'm a little unsure of because it sort of depends on a little unsure. We'll go ahead and put it in there. Generally speaking, it's always hard to make money, but you know, there's certainly a part of me that's like, I would never expect somebody to be able to make money off their tweets, really. But it's an interesting conversation because, like, it to me, I think one of the most interesting things happening right now is just that the Kickstarter, not the Kickstarter, the Patreon model seems to continue to grow a little bit. But anyway, let's put that aside and talk about that in a little bit because I could end up deep diving on that conversation. Yeah, that's. I guess I might say like it's certainly sort of. Yeah, okay, it's certainly hard to have a business model around producing media. Let's just focus on the pains for a second, Alex, and then we'll come back around to getting some specificity in the jobs. Because any one of those things are the kind of thing that you could focus in on as the core of the job and then have multiple jobs within them. So I think we should decide, like, are those things, you're sort of suggesting grouping them into one thing and then kind of going broader. We could also go in the other direction, so. I would actually argue that we'll just say virtual goods. I actually think it is my hot take on that front is that software is a form of media production, but. Quality of UX for websites generally, pop-ups, ads, etc. The quality of UX thing is like, I think actually something that is actually a real systemic problem right now. The degree to which things like the canonical example that everybody brings up is recipes. Recipe search results are always a fucking nightmare. News sites are another one. Maybe, so that's another one, what you just brought up there, Ryan, is something that I have some kind of various thoughts on. It's social validation for that's my gain influence item there, but we'll make another one, because I know you're being semi-sarcastic, but it's totally true. Kind of makes me think about the I can never think of this guy's name, but the guy that made LinkedIn I think he actually wrote a whole book about this, or it was in one of his books talking about how you should go for one of the 7 vices. Is it 7 vices? Seven deadly sins: lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride. His whole point was most good applications, and this was kind of back in like 2010, and it was like most of them kind of tap on one of those. So anyway, on that concept of like social influence, the Eugene Way article is really interesting. Status as a service. One of my favorite articles ever written about social network dynamics in general. And one of the things he kind of observes is how a social network will gradually sort of ossify or calcify. It will stop being, when you're first into, it's like, one of the things he brings up is that like social capital is kind of like actual financial capital. And that liquidity of social capital actually decreases over time. So it actually does make a lot of sense to pose social capital in the same way as a form of capital right there with like actual wealth. Because a good system will, like you would, the kind of American dream premise would be that hard work means that anybody can gain capital of some kind, and it's based on that idea that the market is dynamic. And if the market is not dynamic for social capital, it's a similar problem of if the market's not dynamic in terms of new competitive entries into the market. If somebody can if people are monopolizing social capital, and then it turns into a crappy market. And generally, I think the way you counteract that, I actually also sort of see it as similar to the meta in a video game. Like if anybody here has played League of Legends or Overwatch, any of those competitive games with a lot of kind of complex rule systems, RTSs are similar, like StarCraft. In my opinion, the way that those things should always be run is that the game rules should never be considered finalized. You should always be tweaking the meta and throwing in changes, making one character more powerful or one move less powerful, things like that, nerfing and buffing. World of Warcraft is another example of this. You should just never consider it to be a done deal, because that creates new opportunity, keeps the market dynamic for things, because some metas will favor some players and not others, and then there's this kind of constant game of learning the new meta and figuring out what compositions and what play styles fit the current meta. I think the same approach should be taken to social networks in general, that it should be inherently a highly dynamic meta, so that almost like baking in social inflation, yeah. Or sort of like changing your tax rates, changing your benefits. What's the word I'm looking for? Stimulus packages, things like that. You want dynamism. Stability is never what you really want in a market, because you want to make sure that creative destruction and creation can occur. Dependency on huge corporate platforms is one of those things that I do think counts as a pain. It's not like it's kind of like a pain that's a vibe more than anything. It just makes people uncomfortable. Might be more accurate to categorize that as a risk that everybody feels. A lack of self-ownership. Any other pains we can think of? The ads thing is interesting. I haven't yet decided whether or not I think ads inherently are something we should be throwing out. It really depends. There's such a qualitative aspect to ads. I dislike ads that track you, obviously. So then I'd be more inclined to do channel-based ads. But then also, like, from there, it's like, if there are too many, or if they dominate too much of the experience, then they're also a problem then. Hey, second. That's more along I think that pain point comes more along the stalking, tracking, privacy leaks issue. Whether or not ads are inherently a pain point that we should address, I'm just not sure. Especially because we're trying to figure out how to give people ways to make money, and it's just complicated. We've talked about this already, and I hate that idea. I hate that idea so much. Yeah, okay. lack of algorithm control. I seriously think if we end up going down I think if we start paying people for viewing ads, it's going to be like that season 1 episode of Black Mirror. We are going to be creating a system in which people are being told to consume X ad to gain enough bucks to do whatever. The connectivity requirement. All right, so 2 topics that are being brought up. Dive into them after I hit the can. Be right back. So, the offline first thing, even with technology, a communications layer which is capable of doing offline first on the network layer, as the data mesh allows us to do, it's really, really complicated to actually provide something that gives a clean offline first experience where like the network can go down and you have a nice cache of everything that you want to access. It's not like impossible, but it's one of those things where it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, especially whenever, we're not deploying desktop or mobile applications. And then even on mobile, like the amount of data you can actually cache, how much is it? How effective is that? And it's in service of a problem that I feel like is just... I'm just not really sure lack of internet access ends up being... I know we are, but I'm just not really sure that lack of Wi-Fi access is that common of a pain. And when it is a pain, it's... I mean, I guess we can put it in there, but I don't put a lot of stake in this particular issue. Well, yeah, but I mean, there's still like, there are pains that we don't include here because we just don't we don't include everything in the pains, I'll put it in there, but I don't really know if because it's not just like being able to access cached data when you don't have Wi-Fi. It's also like, usually you want to get the latest information, and we don't really have a way to counteract that problem. Yeah. feel like on something like that, I would be more inclined to have, rather than trying to set up, yeah, I mean, you could do it. If I were to try to attack that, I would probably at this stage do a thing where the application itself has a way of caching very specific pieces of information into like indexed DB or local storage, things like your DMs or things that you indicate want to get cached, which doesn't really matter how it's being done. Ryan bringing up, you know, yeah, but there's also like, I don't know. It really just depends on how much effort is put into it. Part of the reason I'm pessimistic about offline first in general is just having worked with offline first tech quite a bit and recognizing the level of, it really depends on how it's done, but it can really very easily become a thing where you're building the entire system around supporting offline access and making a lot of trade-offs to make that work, and then once you think about it, you're like, how much was that really worth doing? It's a pain. Is it a big enough pain to like complicate the entire system? No, probably not. But maybe something as simple as client-side caching of a secondary view of the results rather than building the entire system around offline access, yeah, maybe that could be doable. Yeah, so let's say that one, fits under privacy leaks. And Ryan is bringing up a complicated one, which is like dealing with illegal data or people organizing to commit crimes. Yeah, but we're not designing a product for people that live in the third world. Like, this isn't a product for people that live in Nigeria. Yeah. I think an individual application would be able to provide certain kinds of offline access. It's just, and an application is definitely, with its own kind of device local cache, is able to be pretty damn intelligent about what it's caching. No, we're definitely not. This is not, if we were building something that was for the third world, it would be a very different project. We would be coming at it from a really different approach. If it's for everybody, then it's for nobody. You have to be able to draw a line somewhere. Yeah. It's kind of similar to like why I don't consider like anytime somebody this offline access thing and like why aren't you thinking of like third world countries? It's kind of similar to when people are like, well, when you're working on P2P, why aren't you thinking about people living in oppressive regimes? And it's like, well, because I'm not actually, that's not what I set out to do. So like when people say you should use the Hypercore protocol to deal with living in an oppressive regime, the standards for actually delivering that product are really high because you're talking about life or death situations here. And so if you go around saying, oh yeah, our peer-to-peer thing, it's perfect for people that are living in a life and death scenario where being found out could end their life, and you're handing them a product that actually wasn't really designed for that, you're actually just doing something terrible by those people, you know? The offline connectivity thing is a different, is obviously lower stakes than that, but it's a similar thing. It's, you know, if they're not really our customer base, if they're not really what we're building the product for, then why allow that particular pain to work its way into the value proposition matrix? The Western world has needs too, you know. Like, I feel like this is delving into, like, I don't know, like, it's actually okay not to be thinking about Nigeria right now. Generally, I would agree with that, Sarapath, and I would expect that somebody that's thinking about one of those markets like that would ultimately be able to use this tooling to make a product that fits that particular need and still has access to it. But is that our goal right now? I don't think it is. And beyond that, like, I don't understand those markets at all. They're going to, you know, throwing in offline access and saying it's made for Nigeria is kind of a gross oversimplification of what a Nigerian market might want or need. Since I'm saying unpopular things, I'll throw in another one like that that is unpopular. I think prematurely localizing a project is also a really bad idea. I've had people show up on like Beaker or when I was working on Patchwork and be like, hey, let's start a localization project. And I'm always like, we barely have any English-speaking users. Why would we localize right now? It's not that localization is a bad idea. It's not that helping out people in Nigeria is a bad idea. It's just that it's not where you start. There's a long way to go before then, and the complexity that you're introducing is non-zero. And if it slows down the development of the entire product to fit a market that you're not really attacking, then you're just wasting the effort. Does that make me a jerk? Maybe. Let me get some coffee. Why don't we get into gains? The outcomes customers want to achieve or the concrete benefits they're seeking. I agree with you, Melanie. I don't know. Let's not get it. Let's kind of stick to the where we're at. Let's stick to the process here, Sarapath, and then come back to that, because the process could end up making us say, "Oh, it's actually not about making a MySpace-ish Twitter plus Medium." Could be that that's not what we're after, for all I know at this stage. So let's stick to the process here. Well, it'll be iteration, but let's stick to the process. Not that that's not a useful line of thinking. So gains. So the outcomes customers want to achieve or the concrete benefits they're seeking. This probably could be general to social media, or it could be specific. I think actually the left quadrant of this thing, I think, is supposed to be specific to what we're doing, and the right one is meant to be about the customer profile. So I don't think the gains I don't think need to be or should be in the they should be disconnected from our technology at this stage. So it would be things like why don't I take a quick look at this, at what the book gives as examples for these to make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, okay. So, another way of creating a sustainable business could just be making lots of money, being happy, having friends. But we can also make them more specific than that. Thank you, Michael. If I got one thing going for me, if the whole coding thing doesn't work out. Maybe something like that. Having control over it. How can we phrase the having control over? It may just be that is just how to phrase that gain, but is there another way to? Ryan, I think he just pushed us into a new market. It was there all along. Clearly the way that diagram should be is and then, you know, you put your gains in these blocks here. Those are your gains, and then over here are your pains. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start making create versions of these canvases that are all like, looks a lot like the American flag. Why'd you choose that sign? I don't know what you're talking about. I just made a canvas for people to be productive with. You're the one putting that onto it. Choosing who has access over. So does that fit under more control over data? I think it sort of does in a way. So let's say data, algos, and privacy. Localized canvases. See, now I'm into it. Everybody gets their own flag. Based on your IP address, we think this canvas is right for you. That's now we you know, I knew this process would provoke good results, and just like that, a product has shown itself. Let's say something along the lines of increased happiness and satisfaction with online experience. Yeah, you know, something that occurred to me yesterday that is something we haven't even tapped into is like being able to do things like have tools to sync to automatically sync your data to a server that you control, or start to kind of take advantage of the data mesh in terms of data control. We haven't even really begun to tap into that from a UX perspective. So I'll put that one in there. This is one that I've always have mixed feelings about as well, but put it in there. Could be the sort of thing where this is actually how we ought to approach it in general, but let's say bridge between let's say that. There's a lot of these where I almost feel like we could take one of the gains or one of the pains or one of the jobs, throw all the others out, and drill down on that. Tools for community politics. I was actually reflecting on this last night about, kind of the trajectory of what's been going on with CTZN, and definitely I would say that was one of the initial concepts that this was all geared towards, why I kind of felt motivated to get going, that I've lost a little bit of steam around. as we've iterated forward, let's say who knows, maybe it's something that just lost steam for the wrong reasons, just spent too much time with it and needed some distance, who knows. How can we articulate that differently, Ryan? It's an interesting idea. Is there another community leverage is sort of... Yeah, I'm wondering if there's another way we could phrase that helps us get to the heart of what that's talking about. It kind of is like one of the ideas that I've thought is interesting for a while is like having the ability to take advantage of one another in an editorial capacity. Like being able to compose a tweet, and rather than it going out, it goes to a circle of friends who then have to give it a thumbs up or thumbs down and can collaborate on it, sort of editing it before it goes out. And then it either goes out under your name or under like your group, something like that. I always thought baking in an editorial process into the social publishing would be a really interesting thing to do for even things like tweets, which we do all the time for like blog posts. Yeah. So Melanie, let me get back to what you just were talking about there. Even this live stream is a form of it. So it's like a collaboration. A collaborative, is this a game? The outcomes. Yeah, it's the trick I'm having, the question I'm having is like, how do we turn this into a gain? Because like in a way, the gain of collaboration around media production is like a better media production, better quality output. Let's say that. Let's just kind of cheat a little bit. Something like that. Better quality creative work through collaboration. So like an amplification of work by means of a community. Yeah. So Melanie is bringing up this is something about the way things work currently, which is that the schemas currently kind of always expect you to be linking to data in the data mesh. A more flexible or sort of you might even call it more loosely typed system, so to speak, would allow links that are not actually fetchable over the data mesh. Which kind of gets into the realm of like thinking of the thinking of the system as being an annotative knowledge base or annotative knowledge graph, where I think of it in terms of annotation because generally speaking, like whenever you're doing a comment or a link, reaction or something like that on something that's actually not native language, you're really just sort of native to the system. That is, you're just sort of decorating something which is kind of opaque to the system. So it is kind of an annotation. And part of the question I have around things like that is like, how does that end up getting presented in the application? Like one of the iterations of Beaker we had was playing around with that a lot for some pretty obvious reasons. We had a sidebar where you could like comment on basically any URL. This is difficult. There's a little bit of complexity to it. Like, you know, you gotta normalize URLs, and consistently normalizing URLs on the web is brutally hard. Like, when is a fragment inside of a URL an important piece of the information? It fucking depends, you know. Some applications will use the URL fragment to indicate like what page you're on, and some of them will use it to indicate parts of a page. And so then your comment, you know, when do you include the hash, the anchor? Am I using that right? The hash. What is the hash fragment? What's the technical term for that? I'll just say the hash fragment. Yeah, it's quite brutal. It sucks total ass, and it's because like if the hash anchor or the hash fragment is being used to like indicate a heading inside of a document, then you would want to collect all the comments and ignore the hash fragment. But if it's being used to indicate different pages, then yeah. So yeah. It's one of the practical things that you run into when you start futzing with that, as I did with Beaker, where you start to go, oh fuck me, this sucks ass. Kind of idly talking now, is getting a little off topic, but something I was thinking about last night also was thinking about the wiki thing and, yeah, trailing slashes. I was thinking about the wiki thing and thinking about how one thing that would be really interesting would be to build a knowledge system, a knowledge graph, a social wiki, you know, the kind of experiment we were doing on Tuesday. Build it so that it actually anchors its wiki kind of root set off of Wikipedia. Kind of like an overlay on top of it. Because Wikipedia is an amazing resource. And it does so much in terms of helping organize taxonomies and ontologies, as well as giving a great starting set of information. And it would be very interesting to then use that and then say, okay, and now we're adding on other kinds of knowledge on top of it. But just an idle thought. I don't know if it goes anywhere. You could always create a kind of a URL scheme like and then you in the application or the client somewhere you have a resolver for, you know, okay, so we use Wikipedia, so that resolves to, I think it's like that. And then you could change the resolver if you were so inclined, so then you're not getting hard-coded to Wikipedia, but still taking advantage of it. Could even have multiple things. could just kind of consider, if you're doing it as a social wiki, you could consider Wikipedia to be just one of your things that you're following, so to speak. But, anyway. So we have a pretty, filled out pains, gains, and customer jobs thing here. Still a little broad, of course, as we were talking about. From here, we could either do another iteration on this, and I think maybe one way we could iterate on this is to do like multiple branching passes, where we copy it and then choose some things to focus on, and then kind of rework it, and then we can go back to our source set and say, all right, how do we feel about that pass, and do we want to try another kind of branching points? We could do that, or we could try to dive into our value proposition space of what we offer, how we create gains, things like that. Why don't we stay in the same headspace that we're in right now and just iterate on this? That sounds good to everybody. And yeah, lots of suggestions coming in here. The Wikipedia thing has to do with like knowledge accumulation, things like that. Let's do a first pass thinking about data ownership as a kind of an anchoring point. And with data ownership, I start to think a little bit less about Twitter and more about Facebook, because it has a lot to do with personal information as opposed to kind of public discourse. It-ish. So for the sake of just kind of moving forward, Facebook, of course, encompasses a lot of things now, right? In a lot of ways, Facebook has tried to become an operating system for, or kind of like an alternative web, you know what I mean? But maybe let's kind of hone it down to the original basic concept of Facebook. And there's a little bit of it that kind of also intersects with like what you use Google Cloud for, with like, or like your Apple Cloud for things like holding onto your photos and stuff. So let's kind of start from there with a really kind of dry conceptualization. So I'm going to take out entertain slash be entertained. It's not that, again, a lot of these things, it's not like they wouldn't be a part of it possibly. It's just we're going to try a version where we focus in on specific things. Going to get rid of learning new things for the moment. Get rid of gain influence, get rid of sell. Going to get rid of get the news and collaborate and find collaborators. Going to get rid of express creativity. Going to get rid of get social validation. On gains, I'm going to get rid of better quality creative work. I'm going to get rid of access to the knowledge base and the following. That I'm going to get rid of staying informed. I could be wrong about some of these things, just trying to move us forward, you know, so mistakes will be made. I'm going to get rid of creating a sustainable business. I'm going to keep making new connections. A lot of these are going to apply. It's too hard to make money. We're getting rid of that. going to keep quality of UX. Going to get rid of influence gain. And allow them stay. So again, I'm thinking in the domain of what you do with Facebook and what you do with like Dropbox or Google Cloud. And so now let's try to get as specific as possible. Well, thanks for joining us, Melanie. Sorry you gotta go, because love having you here. Feel free to come back later, though who knows, probably be doing some coding before too, by the time you come back, but who knows. Yeah, so again, this could be a dead branch, so to speak, but right. Well, that is one of the things that's so hard about projects like this is you want to do everything, but you got to choose something to be awesome at. Could be. So let's think of our customer as, with this concept, as somebody who has it's going to be an adult, generally speaking, I think, who has a lot of their personal files and information, both pertaining to their life, to their work, and to their family. And they need to manage all of this. So it's an intersection of, handling jobs done by operating systems, cloud, and face, you could do something like that. Of course, the thing that's, given that we have a semantic system, so to speak, I think it'd be more effective to kind of think about a file as being like a kind of, like it's rather than, this is more about personal information as opposed to work information. So we're definitely not talking about like productivity tools, so to speak. This is about personal information. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're giving some good ideas. Let's start with jobs and then come back to pains and gains. I'm gonna get rid of the descriptions to give us a little more space, because I think we generally understand what each of these are. I'm gonna stick this up here, and then I'm gonna move our existing ones outside. Shoot. Got a whiny kitty cat. No worries, Michael. I mean, those are great thoughts. No, I mean that's right. And one of the reasons that I generally don't think about attacking things like this is that in my experience, as of late, people have handled these kinds of jobs through things like iMessage or WhatsApp and have done so fairly effectively. So I have not really been sure if I think there's a big opportunity here, but let's dive into it. So customer jobs. The first thing is to manage and let's say save and quickly find personal information such as contacts, documents, events, photos, so that's a really common customer job for this kind of thing. There's stay updated on relevant information to their life, birthdays, recipes. We should just always throw in recipes into every one of our things since it's such a cliche at this stage. Birthdays, we'll just say upcoming events. Upcoming events changes to some shared doc. Yeah, again, this we're doing iterative passes, and we may be talking about a loser here. Find, oh no, how'd that happen? I'm going to use the term agents as a catch-all for people, organizations, companies. Relevant. How do you spell relevant? There we go. I hate the word content. So I'm using a lot of personal relevance in the language here. Do create, edit, generally speaking, in the context of like Hypercore as the layer underneath all of this, I would expect something like Citizen to be providing a kind of anchoring tool set for the identity and social layer of the whole system. There is a degree to which something like this can be thought of as touching on a knowledge manager or a knowledge base. In the sense that if you take a something like Rome research and then say, okay, but this is geared towards managing live information in a social context and information which is not notes necessarily, but actually like things like events and pictures and things. So tell your story to the world. A lot of this scope of this thing has to do with personal as opposed to public. And another way to frame by the Alex and Sarapath, another way to frame what you're getting at is if we're thinking in terms of building some kind of common kind of core social anchoring point, then there should be a way to articulate that interoperability with those systems as one of the jobs, gains, or pains of this customer story, right? So if we're thinking about having the system being able to interact with all possible other applications, then what is that? How could we describe that as a job, a gain, or a pain? From the perspective of something that you know is similar to like Facebook. Like one way to frame this is like, let's say we were starting from a viewpoint of email and wanted to have that kind of a goal. Like we felt like, all right, email has the capacity to power all the world's applications. It would be something along the lines of wanting to be able to you would be somehow, whether it's actually crafting an email or some other interaction, being able to like order flowers or set up a social get-together, planning a birthday, things like that. There'd be some kind of job, I think, like right. So that's another good example thing about like how Keybase could have developed along these lines. And that interruption point would be for Keybase, I would describe the jobs as something like I want to be able to reliably find other people. I want people to be able to reliably find me. And then I want to be able to sign into applications. And then the gains would be making sign in easy, that kind of thing. So the job could be something along the lines of like quickly is that perhaps a way we could articulate as a job that the customer has this idea of being an interoperable information layer? It's quickly accessing services and applications and safely sharing the needed personal information. The quickly access would be covering a number of things. It would mean not only like being able to sort of sign into them and connect with them, but also do work within them. Another one we might have here is the ability to do things like creating events, creating documents, and being able to collaborate around them. It actually sort of fits into yeah. So there are a couple of ways I might describe something like this, like a personal life dashboard kind of thing. I'm gonna bring in a couple of these. Yeah, I'm not totally in love with the term dashboard, I suppose, but so let's put this aside for the moment, because I think we could get into the pains and gains, but I think we've sort of described what this whole space is on the basis of the jobs. Let's do another branch here. Let's do this next one thinking about sort of blogging and tweeting. All right, so a lot of these still apply. So now we need to try to sort of expand on and drill down on some of these things. So public publishing and socializing. So sell/advertise products and services, even if you're not placing what is considered to be an ad, where a lot of what you're doing on Twitter is advertising a viewpoint, advertising a product, things like that. When you talk about what you're doing, a big part of what all that is. Participate in critical discourse. By critical, I mean involves critique as opposed to important, but ends up being a part of it. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I didn't know if y'all were quiet because this was dull, or for peeps that aren't feeling it, here's a little cat action. kitty cat. I know. I feel like this song is the theme song for this kind of work. Lost in the airy space of thought. It still kind of blows my mind that I like my brother's album. You just wouldn't expect it. Yeah, and you know, he's been making music for a long time with varying levels of success. And I've always enjoyed his work and supported him, and sometimes there will be things about a song that I really like and things about a song that I don't like and things like that. And then this album is just like, oh dude, way to go, like, this is pretty fucking good. I would listen to this even if I didn't know you. Like, this track is fucking awesome. I guess the thing that's funny that hits me too as I listen to it is like I forget that it's by him. That's how you know it's good, when you forget that you're listening to something. Okay, sounds good, Nina. note the time, and you can kind of see where this conversation ends up going. It's funny as I'm kind of stepping through all this stuff. Differentiating public and personal is just quite hard. He's on. I think he's on Spotify. Yeah, if you search for the band that they published it under is called Dead Wrong. So if you search for Dead Wrong, I think you'll find him. Anyway, the kind of, it's all in this melange of like the kind of idea space of personal data, personal information, personal life, that kind of thing. The public side of it, which just has this kind of a spectrum that's really hard to create a hard stop against one way or another. And then kind of knowledge management generally. Like one of the things that kind of keeps coming up is the general desire for search to be effective, you know, to be able to quickly look up people or information. Public, private, and business. What would you categorize as the business side of things? One thing I can say definitively that we're not trying to attack is like office productivity, right? It's somewhat helpful to be able to find something that is and say that's not what we're doing, and we're definitely not doing office productivity, right? That's just a whole totally different category. So, Sarah, when you're talking about business, you're talking about like people doing business things in their life, yeah, like running a business or running an open source project or things like that. I'm not sure what you're asking there, Alec, or saying, whatever that message was that you retracted. Yeah. One of the sort of ways that I can more easily delineate between public publishing or the kind of the public versus the personal is just the nature of the social graph. Yeah, that gets into the realm of like giving creators tools, creating tools for creators. That kind of space of like, and you know, like, so what would a creator need? Well, a creator would need channels for getting their stuff out there, tools for developing and managing a community and making that vibrant, and then tools for running a Patreon, things like that. I would definitely say that I agree, and like, I think there's certainly an opportunity to apply some of the work being done around video streamers to other categories of online creator. Because video streamers have a pretty, yeah. I mean, obviously the really hot trend right now is geared towards subscription-based media from independent creators. I, in my opinion, I'm sort of trying, the way that I'm running this project is kind of taking a lot of ideas from how video streamers, like game streamers, do their life. The only main difference is that I'm not running I mean, we do have a Discord thing that is connected to it, but it's not a major point of focus for it. that's definitely not what I mean by public. When I'm talking about public, I'm talking about things like tweets and blog posts and Wikipedia articles. And like public-facing storefronts and things like that. And video streaming and video publishing and music publishing and things like that. Something else to keep in mind as we pick between these options is that, Yeah, Jack's stuff, I don't think it's royalty free. It's just that I'm able to play it on the stream because he gave me permission to. And I know that his music is not plugged into YouTube's algorithms to do automatic takedowns. So, but even if it were, I'd be able to get a license for it. So I don't think his music is royalty free. Yeah, one thing to bear in mind with all this, of course, is that we're talking about a starting point and not the end point. You know, in a sense that, like, Facebook didn't start as being how people got their news, but it became that. So you could start with something that's really personal focused, and then it eventually becomes public. And I mean, almost inevitably, the personal becomes semi-public really fast. Like Facebook demonstrates. Let me just go through an exploration real quick. Alright, Serpath. else goes in a personal cloud? What kind of apps does Nextcloud put in? Okay, so let's say you got a personal cloud. And it is on the data mesh. And we're able to do things like be able to do things like syncing and querying amongst all of your servers, let's say. So perhaps there's a kind of a key component to the idea of taking advantage of the data mesh to control where your data is being put. Let's call these intelligent pages. That was almost what I said before, but yeah, dynamic pages, which are constructed out of semantic widgets. Yeah. Right. Right, like that's a... I mean, we really have two key technologies here that we're exploring. The first, of course, is the not just a data mesh, but a semantic data mesh, and then we have the HTML superset. Are really the two technologies we're playing with the most. The ability for the dynamic pages to not just be things that users construct, but also act as sort of sandboxed interfaces to external applications or external services is an interesting possibility. Oh my gosh, cat. I'll give you what you want. No. There you go. That particular fuss was because she wanted to access the little room that the water heater is in. She has some kind of strange fascination with that room. They do indeed. I cannot wrap my head around why she is fascinated with the little water heater closet, but she is super interested in it. And I'm pretty sure because of her, my pilot light went out. Don't know how she did that, but the pilot light went out recently and I can't get it back on, so I haven't had a hot shower in a while. Yeah, it has a little door. It's like a closet with a door. So it could be the door that bothers her, but like, even when the door is open, she's fucking fascinated with the little room. Yeah. One of the tweets that I made once that I keep on thinking about is, so there was this meme going around for a while, and I took that personally. So, cat sees a closed door, and then that picture. And I took that personally. That's how cats be with closed doors. Yeah, it's a great crime. We'll say social forums. Like now she's whining because I'm not helping her up on top of the water heater. You want me to do that? Yeah. Okay, here you go. Yeah, now you're happy. Yep. So she's now on top of the water heater, where she's very happy. Happy enough. There's a hole like up in the top of the closet where some piping goes through, and I think that's really where she wants to get. And I almost wonder if she doesn't like smell like indicators of like mice or something like that. Ugh, this cat. Could possibly solve this by just playing with her a little bit and getting some of that energy out. just sort of playing around with what you'd be doing with these pages, you know. use the bathroom. So it's you know, there's some couple of interesting things about what I'm kind of exploring here. Red. Things I'm going to highlight that I find interesting. Let's start with this right here. So there's a kind of a data location, data availability, kind of a overriding tool set being suggested within this of like where databases, where Hypercore databases are being put. Kind of thing where you might have some sort of database containing a bunch of personal photos, and you just say, only store this on my home server. And it should be private, so don't sync it out to a lot of people. And this one is my public persona. It's got all my tweets and stuff. So put that one both on home and on CTZN and let anybody sync it. And this one is my work documents, so only sync it between home and the work server. So that's some data locality controls. With the tooling we have right now, that's fairly coarse-grained in the sense that you can only realistically at this stage control data access within the Hypercore mesh at the Hypercore level. So all of a database or none of it. So which database you would, if you have this kind of notion of having multiple databases with different privacy controls on them, then choosing which database to put data into would be a really relevant decision all the time. And you would probably have to cook up some tooling specifically geared around that, making users aware of the different sort of databases and making them aware of which database information is being put in, things like that. Next you have the personal cloud, which kind of gets into a semantic personal knowledge and information. The place where all your data goes. Then you've got the dynamic pages and the semantic widgets, which are geared towards customizable, and there's no, this may be a controversial term to use, but I think it's the only appropriate term, promiscuous view layer. That's what the sort of declarative only UI is all about. Gets us away from having to do sandboxing, and while still being able to have widgets that hydrate with access to your personal information. So the kind of thing where you can land on a page that is, a discussion page, and it can include controls like add a comment without it having to ask for permission, because the thing is actually scoped to the semantic widgets. So you're controlling very tightly what the dynamic pages can do. Next up, you got search, which is for fast discovery and recall of information. There's a whole layer in here that's not really well spec'd, which is the sort of reputation management, the trust management. What are your data sources? I mean, that kind of gets into the data management UI, which is not just personal, that kind of touches on the data locality controls, but also like data source reputation management. And so that's things like, what address books do you trust to find people? And how do they produce trusted information? And then over here, open platform. Now, presumably, one of the interesting challenges about all of this kind of work has to do with the interop layer, where you have things like, specifically it has to do with this layer right here. When applications start to, like when other developers show up with their own ideas for an application, and we're seeing this right now with the Agora folks. They're currently playing around with integration into Citizen. And you end up with this sort of interesting situation, which is that like whenever you get away from a sort of walled garden of data, semantics end up being the kind of barriers between different things. So a specific way to kind of describe this would be like, if the Agora folks start putting in their kind of syntax for wiki links into comments, I guess another way to put it, it's not just semantics, but compatibility. So if they start putting their kind of like their wiki links into comments, you're going to have this kind of question of like, what clients actually support that? And so when you begin to have compatibility differences, the way to handle interoperability or the open platform and the external applications, they ought to be using different data schemas. Data schemas establish compatibility, and you can't just toss in new features onto existing data schemas, because if you don't have a compatibility guarantee, then things start to break down. Which then means that you're going to have things like a comment that would be like an Agora comment. which does have the kind of semantics that they're looking for. And then your personal cloud has like multiple different kinds of comments in it. I'm using them as an example. I'm not attacking anybody by any stretch, because this is the problem that immediately surfaces with an open platform. So there's a couple of interesting observations about that. One of them is that having a personal cloud, a data management UI for that, might need to include some abstract thinking about kind of the data sets from a sky-high view. And we have the ability to, like the dynamic pages, the semantic widgets, that layer of the project is based on the kind of the core semantics. It's certainly possible to some extent that the declarative UIs will be able to render those things correctly, and you know that will be a part of the layer. But they won't be able to capture everything. You know, without being able to run fairly advanced JavaScript or similar, having a comment render, an Agora comment or an Agora page render, and have the links correctly represented, if they're not encoded in as anchor tags, it's pretty hard to do, you know. And if the tool that you use to create an Agora comment or an Agora page, where you're typing in the double bracket and things like that, if it also isn't intelligent about it, so it's not able to create the link, then you just have nothing, right? It just doesn't work. So this layer here is really about universality. Which is totally a word. Get some more coffee, one sec. What I mean is that that's the layer that really needs to be able to provide a representation of all your information in some fashion. So if I have a page, for instance, where I say, have a widget that looks like that, show me all my Agora comments. I'll just say it should at minimum be able to render like an icon. And a set of icons with maybe some kind of metadata about them. This is, again, a dive into a particular set of ideas, I'm not speaking with commitment or authority on the future. Just thinking through a line of exploration here. Good. Want me to play with you? got excited about going outside, so that's that. Keep jumping to wanting a kind of manifest of data schemas for the personal cloud to reference. Could you talk a little more about that? Let's say it's not naive. Maybe you're onto something. Could you describe a little bit more? Something worth mentioning about everything I'm talking about here is the degree to which we are pressured by delivering on a schedule, you know, so all of this could be like totally right and totally a great idea, except that it may be the sort of thing where like building out, let's just say this piece right here, the thing in the red brackets, or the red line, could be the sort of thing that takes so much time that by the time you're actually getting to use cases again, you're just nowhere, you know. So there has to be, the hack we have to come up with is some kind of fantastic immediate benefit to the tool set. Right. Not impossible. If the schemas are very regular right now in the sense that they all require a URL-like identifier, a namespace, which is the domain, and then a name. And the database forces it to look that way. So it has to be citizen.network/post. It has to be domain, namespace, and then a slash, and then the name. Which means that it should be theoretically possible to run an HTTP GET at the schema identifier and pull down a machine readable piece of information, which is in fact currently possible. So just have the JSON representation come down. And that schema could include references to how you are supposed to, references to some declarative HTML for rendering, or just enough rendering information. So we could actually do that. One of the, if we were to go down this route, then one of the representations that I think we'd be thinking about is icons-based representations of records, which would be an interesting product name, icons. Also, one thing I've always kind of wanted to futz around with is an idea of an inventory, like in an RPG, that's like an advanced clipboard. Which an icons-based rendering would be wonderful for. Something sort of interesting about, right. Something sort of interesting about this too is the way in which it is in many ways very geared towards the third-party application developers. You know what I mean? Which makes it, I guess, sort of platformy, but perhaps in a good way. Like the way that we're approaching Citizen right now is very much like making an application. In particular, citizenry is this, right? It's a social forum. And we could sort of reorient ourselves and say, okay, a social forum ought to be an application that's on the platform, not something we're going to build out. And instead, we're going to focus on the kind of meta tooling. And what's sort of interesting about something like that, if it were an interesting direction to go in, it would have to be the sort of thing where third-party developers see it and get super jazzed because they're like, oh, I can build applications against this thing. and it'll work the way that I want it to. The reason that we're doing a social forum right now is that we're thinking about delivering utility as quickly as possible, but that doesn't, there are lots of things that we could be thinking about as the utility that we're delivering. Could be an events app, could be a collaborative editor, could be a voice calling sort of thing. Of course, something like a Twitter clone makes some obvious sense in terms of how sort of generic it is. It sort of points towards a platform. But as we're getting into the kind of custom pages thing, custom pages are kind of like mini apps. There's a reason that the dotted line connects both to the external apps and to the dynamic pages. Presumably there's a class of things, of use cases for applications, quote unquote, that are so common that they can just be baked into our core semantics and assemblable using these little custom pages. Almost as sort of the average user facing utility of a universal platform. And then so if this were the direction we were going to go in, it would be kind of like a combination of experiences. The first one would be something that feels like a kind of a semantic cloud, where it's like you're looking inside a Google Drive, but the icons are more than just documents. They include things like events and stuff. And then there'd be another layer, which is like the pages layer. And then there'd be another layer, which is external applications. And if it's working in an interesting way, then all three of those parts of it would be somewhat interesting from the get-go. But in particular, I don't think we could rely on the external applications at first. They would have to be something that kind of inevitably form over time. Kinda, yeah. It gets into that territory. Something else that we could be considering, I haven't really explored this terribly heavily in the past for performance reasons, but the way that things are currently designed, HTTP access points are a part of how everything works. Like the servers, the citizen servers, have HTTP access points. Strictly speaking, they don't have to. We could do all of the data access through the mesh. It's something I've been sort of bringing up as a possibility again, just to see if it unlocks any interesting possibilities on the kind of UX level. For instance, were we to do that, then running a citizen server from home would immediately be an option. because it would be interacting entirely through the data mesh, so it wouldn't need to be accessible through an HTTP endpoint. Which is interesting. Yeah, when I talk about the data mesh, I'm talking about the Hypercore protocol. I often say data mesh because it technically doesn't have to be Hypercore. It could, in theory, be something like IPFS. I have no particular interest in making that change. As a small aside, the presentation that Andrew and Matthias gave on last week was so fucking awesome. I am so stoked for the work they're doing. There was a huge part of me that was like, ooh, I would, tempted to go and just work with them on what they're doing, because they're doing great work. They're also secure in funding, which is fantastic. And they should actually be able to do some hiring in the near future, which they mentioned. So that's all really exciting. And the multi-writer stuff makes, this kind of thing even more interesting. I'll be interested to see whether or not my work and their work ends up unifying in some way. Yeah, me too. It's funny too, because I knew some of what they were working on, but not a lot. I knew what they were generally trying to solve, but I didn't know the details of how they were solving it. So a lot of that presentation I was seeing for the first time. And I was having a hard time as, being on the call. I kept on wanting to interrupt and seriously blow the DJ horn. Because I was seriously hyped by some of what they did there. They just did great work. I love AutoBase as a concept. I think that's fucking genius. I love the truncation API. I think that's great. And then how they, their ability to then, because they're using AutoBase and the truncation API, to then have data structures built on top, which just don't even know about the nonlinear nature of the log, is just amazing. It's so cool. The fact that they could plug in Hyper-B the way that they did as a data structure on top, that's just amazing. Yeah, it's really cool what they're doing. I'm fairly conversant with some of the implied trade-offs of what they're talking about, but I think as a tool set, it's really smart. And, to fully paint the picture, there was certainly a part of me that as they went off to start working on that, and I was working on this, there was a part of me that was like, who knows, maybe I'll stay on an old version of the Hypercore stuff. Who knows how much I'll like what they put together. So that was a major factor in how hyped I was to actually see it and go, oh, there's no question I want to upgrade to the new stuff. This is amazing. This is really great work. So yeah, anyway, the reason that there are HTTP APIs in the Citizen server right now have to do with making sure that access is fast. It's a lot faster to run an HTTP GET for a feed from the server that's hosting the database, especially because that server can apply caching, things like Cloudflare. that's why it's designed that way. But if instead it was all by the data mesh, that would mean is that anytime you want to access a piece of information, you would talk to your home server or one of your home servers. And it would have to fetch the information off of the Hypercore mesh onto its local database and then bring it down. Obviously, there are some downsides to that approach. Major downside being that, if you're fetching a lot of information, then the average user could be really filling up a database fast. And that's just for, information that they don't want to keep, they just want to access it once. Not to mention that it'll take time to sync it in the first place and things like that. And then your home server is basically having to proxy all of your activity on the network. So there's some real cost to that approach, but the real benefit is right away, you're able to host from your home server. Of course, being able to access your home server from anywhere is not so simple. And if all of your writes have to go through the home server, then that's a problem when you're not at home. So you would effectively need to have something proxying you to your home server. So it may not be a serviceable idea to dive into data mesh access only. Need to turn on some AC one second. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't help that the servers are not behaving terribly great right now. Though that is in many ways related to just work that I haven't been doing. They're just bugs that I need to get around to fixing, and I haven't been doing that because See, and that's the thing, though, for purely selfish reasons, try to keep all the data you can on the home server. But that's kind of fucking interesting right there and meaningful, Like, right now we're in this zone where, like, yeah, ostensibly, you can sync up all your data to your home server, and so it's a possibility in the future, but, like, this is kind of what we're getting at right now. Like, maybe that's something that we ought to be paying attention to. If you had that kind of spin up an application on your desktop and start syncing that stuff down as like a core. Is that a core piece of the value prop? Very well could be, I spent some time yesterday watching, digging through YouTube looking for FUI videos. FUI is like fictional, fantasy, or futuristic UIs. It's the stuff you see in movies. Their entire production companies, their entire job is to cook up the UIs for movies. And they've been having a lot of work lately. It's coming up all the time. So I was going through YouTube, and then I spent a little time kind of skipping through some of the Iron Man movies. One of the things I was looking for is just like, the thing that's nice about those kinds of things is a lot of the work around FUI is garbage. It's showy and not actually meant for utility, and is a bad place to look for like you might get some interesting ideas in terms of general aesthetic, but usually the UX is really bad. Usually their screens are kind of dominated by garbage, or they're like automatically, it'll be the sort of thing where it like brings up a screen and then automatically switches to another screen. I'm sitting there imagining using it and going like, fuck you, no, where did that information go? What the fuck? Bring back the last screen. Fucking computer. So like, it's always funny watching the FUI clips and like really thinking about the UIs and being like, that's the worst, that's a terrible UI. But every once in a while, what I was looking for is when somebody does something, and because they're not leashed to, the Minority Report sort of thing. Yeah, which, by the way, I watched that clip too, and that captivated a lot of people's attention, but it's funny the degree to which that UI, those interactions fucking sucked. Like, there was this one point where he's working with the screen, and he's got like, he was working with the screen, and there were two people. This one stands out in particular. Like, there were a lot of interactions he did where I was like, God, there's so many like gestures. Like, he has to live like right here, and that's how he's working with it. Like, oh my God, I'm tired immediately, having to futz around with my hands up here. But then somebody was like, one of the kind of co-workers was like, I got 4 driver's licenses for you. Where do you want them? And it says over here. So somebody picks up this like little screen, takes it over and plugs it into the other workstation, puts the things on there, takes it out, goes over to his screen, pulls out the slot, and then puts in the thing, and then swipes it over. I was like, seriously? That's your idea of like a futuristic UI, is that you have to like sit there and like manually move around? It's like a USB drive, but like, aren't these things networked? You're in the same room together. This is a really common workflow, and you can't just like swoosh the thing onto the other screen. This is supposed to be the future. Not to mention that like slotting, like the guy had to like really slot the thing in. It was terrible. It's only a minor step above a USB drive where you can't figure out how to orient it. Yeah, exactly. It was a sneaker net. They apparently didn't have Wi-Fi. But some of the things that obviously a lot of like the Minority Report thing that had people interested was the gestural interface. I watched somebody else's like thing that they put together for a class or something, and so the guy went out on top of his roof and did a bunch of gestures, and then they overlaid like what the UI would be doing with it, and it was really nothing more than dancing, where like he would strike a pose and some information would come up, and he'd strike some other pose and some information would come up. Just watching it like, this is fucking terrible. It's so disconnected from any kind of intent or convenience. Anyway, the comedy of watching those things. But a lot of good work is done. Some of them take it seriously, though they're all conscious of the fact that it's for movies. But every once in a while, you'll see somebody do something which is actually liberated by the intent of the moment and what they're, and not constrained by technology. Obviously, probably one of the best examples is that Iron Man gets to work with an artificial intelligence that asks him intelligent questions and that are contextual, and then he can answer, and the AI understands him. He's got Jarvis. But one of the things that got me thinking about this is there was a scene where he was working on something, and it was just asked, like, do you want to put this on the Stark servers? And he was like, no, let's keep this on the home server for now. And that was the kind of thing where I was like, that's the sort of stuff that I would like to be able to have. It's just some kind of like, no, let's keep this on my devices. This is personal. And even a notion of like having, even if it's like replication or duplication to your home device, there's just that inherent security and peace of mind that you kind of have, where you're able to say like, oh yeah, all my stuff's backed up to my home server. I got it right here, So when we're tooling around, thinking about the value proposition that we're working on, it seems like an impulse that we should pay attention to. Purely selfish reasons, doesn't matter. In fact, that may even be a great indicator right there, because it's telling you it's something emotional driving you on that, Like, the absolute best products hits you emotionally. You know a product is good whenever it evokes an emotional response. Right? Right. Really good example of like how good product, good and especially good like value proposition should provoke an emotional response. The last time I really remember having that was when I saw the demo for one of Microsoft's hardware products. The Surface Studio. Now, I haven't used the Surface Studio, so I can't really speak to whether or not it really accomplishes what I think is fantastic about this, but let's watch this video for half a second. So this is a product geared towards people doing visual artwork. So this would be artists or architects. Yeah. So, emotional moment number 1. Folds down like a drafting board. Emotional moment number 2. This motherfucking thing right here. The dial interface. Don't care about this. It's all nice, but it's a very specific use case that this is geared towards, or that I think it really captures an interesting moment. Most of what they're showing I don't think is it. It's the being able to pull this thing down into a drafting board position, put a dial there and a pen here, and work and futz with the dial at the same time. The immediacy of access to the information that you're working with, I think, is brilliant. And this is the last time that I remember seeing something and going like, oh, that hits me in here. I feel like you are putting my hands on the information, visual information, in a way that has never been done before. It's a very niche demographic, but that's okay. By and large, it's an expensive product. It's going to be at offices that are doing this kind of stuff as their, core of their work. So anyway, what I'm getting at is that an emotional response, I think, is what we should be thinking about. Something that provokes an emotional response like that. Generally speaking, I feel like I can see 3 different possibilities for emotional responses. No, 4. You, and you. So this first one is the one we were talking about, that kind of sense of tangible data control. And if you want to sell the... What up, Jackie? You might want to rewind maybe 30 minutes And you can chat with me by chat, and I'll get it live and be able to respond to you. And then just let me know when if and when you sync up. Of course, the whole stream we've been talking about zoning in on our value proposition, what we're doing this for, what we're trying to build right now. But there you go. Stick it on, eat some lunch. But the red highlights are the 4 areas I think that an emotional response could be provoked. So the first one is the data kind of sync thing. In the pure conceptual terms of data ownership, there's nothing more tangible than what we're talking about there. This idea that you could set up a server in the cloud or at home and just tell it to sync everything, and then being able to pop it open and see the data, and even to run queries against it and things like that. It's pretty potent stuff, And when people are talking about data ownership, that really reifies it into a meaningful experience. The personal cloud thing, number 2 highlighted area, is somewhat similar. If it were to, this is the possibility of provoking an emotional response, but if it were to, it would be the sort of thing where you open up the sort of interface for seeing all your data and you're like, oh, it's all right there. I can see it all. So that kind of would probably be something along the lines of an iconographic rendering of all the pieces of information, almost like a file system. Connects in a similar fashion to that kind of core notion of the data sync thing, but just that oh, here it all is. I see it all. This is all my information. And I can see who has access to it. So that kind of master control aspect of that strikes me as interesting. Perhaps emotionally provocative thing. Next on the dynamic pages, it would have to be something along the lines of the Helm. I actually haven't heard of the Helm. This is something I've been saying for a while. This idea is a great idea for a product category that is totally fucked by the software layer right now. There is not, you really need a software layer that makes an object like this exist within the context of a specific utility. I think they're probably doing the right thing by focusing it on email. But now, even then there's it still kind of connects to do you want to have your own email? That's not making me throw down money. But, if it were a platform that actually integrated into multiple applications and was really actually all of your data, if they had the context of the distributed network at play, then I think a product like this could really sell. But step one would be selling people on the data mesh. It's definitely one of the areas where I think a business model could come into play, is selling devices like that. Yeah? Jackie, did you know about it prior to it being shared here? Let me know. Okay, I think Jackie is live. The funny thing about chat, having people in playback, sometimes I'll respond on the stream and be like, oh, right, they're an hour behind. Yeah, that software layer has to be there. We got to upgrade the infrastructure, I think. It is like what our phones do. Yeah, I mean, you know, generally speaking, I would expect either something like our project will come along and create the kind of infrastructure that then makes that kind of a product a real fucking winner, not just like a potential winner, or it will be some existing company like Apple. It would make a ton of sense for Apple to dive into the home server market and try to create a sort of distributed cloud operating system like we're building here. Kind of surprises me that they haven't yet, but they just have their version of their approach to the cloud, which is managed from the top down. But given how much they're positioning on privacy lately, and given that they don't have an existing interest in something like Facebook, where they need people to. Of course, if I were Facebook, that would be the other thing I'd be thinking about right now, is creating a self-hosted mesh of their product and then selling. I think basically any major company could make this play, and it would be a great play to make. Especially if you're trying to get into IoT. If anybody has an IoT interest, like Amazon is kind of touching on this right now, like, you want to be the one selling the home server. Yeah. 1 second. Yeah, the home assistant, the IoT, the automated homes, like, I don't understand why this hasn't happened yet. I actually don't. Why there hasn't been somebody saying, okay, we have these IoT devices that we want to sell, but very clearly people are uncomfortable with uploading it to commercial clouds. So let's build the home server that will anchor all of this sort of stuff. It'll just work, and it will be where all the data of your system gets aggregated. And now you control the heart of the IoT market. Yeah, it's got a real indie aesthetic, let's say. real off-the-shelf hardware situation. This is basically probably the best I could cook up if I were to be like, I'm getting into the hardware biz. I'm getting into the hardware biz. What can I pull off the shelf and stick a Raspberry Pi into? But this is also a sort of an oh, and they even have a way to 3D print it. I imagine just parts of it, the case. I mean, this is also fits into kind of what we're talking about as a general value prop that we could be thinking about. Lox1.com. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So if this is a product like we're talking about, where it's like a self-contained home automation system that doesn't sync up to the cloud, I'm surprised they don't have that front and center. Because if I had a home IoT ecosystem that did not sync up to the cloud, that would be the thing I would be putting front and fucking center. Because I am 99% sure that the entire home automation and privacy, home automation and IoT market is just kneecapped in its adoption in the market by the concerns about privacy. It's also kind of pricey, but a mini server. But yeah, so like value proposition areas. This is an interesting one to be looking at as well, is the idea that the citizen server could be your sort of home server tool set. Home server OS, the OS for home servers. Like a Nextcloud that benefits from a data mesh, you know? So you got emotional response number one, choosing where to sync and store data, being able to sync your stuff down to a device that you own, things like that. I'll come back to what you just said there in a second, Jackie. Number two, you got personal cloud, the idea of being able to see all your data and have a tangible sense about where it is and what the access is to it and kind of a comprehensive view of it. Number three, if it is, and these are all ifs, but if there's a possibility that the dynamic pages could provoke an emotional response in terms of the kind of ease of crafting a tool for yourself. The kind of thing where it's like, oh, I just made a forum. Holy shit. With a little drop-in, I dropped in a conversation thing and chose who could participate, and boom, I have a forum, and oh, I just added comments on this thing, and oh, there I can build miniature applications. And then number four, in terms of emotional response over here, this would be something that it would be for developers, where they get jazzed by the basic premise of like, oh, I can use this to build applications. Similar to like how smart contracts are kind of exciting right now for developers. Like a really compelling platform to build against. So I'm speaking as somebody that, so I'm going to respond to what Jackie's saying. Jackie says, I think the software side is solid and it's easy to experiment. Hardware is the actual hurdle. I haven't futzed a whole lot with any of the actual products. I would not be surprised at all to find that there are some products that are like full IoT suites, you know, full sets of home automation tools that are pretty good and that have pretty good software. I track along with stuff that like Amazon is putting out. I'll watch like review videos and stuff, but I haven't used any of myself. But I have no problem believing that some of those things are pretty good. But my sense is that there hasn't been anything that kind of captivates the wide market on the software layer yet. You know? Like the windows of home clouds, which I would assume, my theory is that if you were to have something like that, my theory is that if you were to have something like that, then that piece of software would get reused across multiple different hardware vendors. Hardware is hard, but it's also like kind of not at this stage the major hurdle, as evidenced by the fact that there's a lot of hardware plays being made in the IoT and home automation space. So like, why is it that none of them have sort of become like the exciting thing that everybody's like, oh, I gotta I'm totally cool with this and I want to use it and I'm interested in having all my things plug into it, you know. So my sense is that, like, while it is really, really hard to sell high quality hardware, there are still a lot of entities out there that are able to do it. You know, all of the major firms are making their various plays. They have things like the home, that Apple's doing, like those speakers, and Facebook's doing it. Everybody's trying it, but none of them seem to captivate the market yet. And my sense is that you need a software layer that people are hyped about that you can tap into. Alternatively, it may just be that it's both, and there just hasn't been an iPhone of home servers yet, or an iPhone of IoT. Because, like, iPhones are highly locked down systems. They're not open systems, but they were so incredible in terms of what they provided that it didn't matter. Who knows? A lot of things that factor into whether or not products and product categories are successful. I certainly think it's an interesting experiment, or an interesting theory, to say that there needs to be some piece of some kind of distributed home server operating system. I don't know, though. Could be a totally wrong theory. What do you mean by PAN? Personal access network? Hypercore is certainly a good security layer to start from. I mean, the nature of the personal area network. The nature of the system is, like, the way that Matthias was making money with his Hyperdivision company for a while was entirely by deploying, as a contract work, deploying Hypercore to sync data centers internally, to sync between the nodes inside of a data center. And the reason that was a value prop is that it was a secure form of sync. Like the data centers that they were deploying Hypercore within, the premise was kind of similar to, like, getting away from a world in which breaching the firewall means getting owned, where owning it, and in fact even owning a single device, is not able to own other devices. So Hypercore is a pretty good secure networking primitive to be working from for something like this. Yes, and there we are. Here we are. I guess actually, if I want to be more specific, this is what the developers would get excited about. If I were to choose something to focus on initially, I would probably make it that. And let that part wait for a little bit. Because this is the area that has to feel good to somebody sitting down for the first time. If you want to have users. Like this stuff over here is platform. Whereas this stuff here is product. The platform stuff, you know, it's the stuff that makes it a little complicated would be good data access controls, a little complicated. Things like, you know, SSO, things like figuring out how new schemas get integrated into the system, things like that. There's so much that we can do off of the dynamic pages and semantic widgets. There's a lot we can do off of the interface for managing your data, and there's a lot we can do with the interface for syncing data and having all that in a good place. But you could basically get a pretty effective personal data manager and, you know, what am I thinking of? And social experience going. You can throw together dynamic pages to handle kind of higher level tasks. Probably the most missing piece in all that is connected to basically shared data sets, like being able to find people, things like that. You would need some kind of an address book service. Well, thinking that we've done a lot of interesting exploration here. I know we're going to keep on working on dynamic pages. So this seems like the kind of thing we should sit on, but before I move on, I'm going to take a 5, just give myself a little bit of a break, and then come back and work on the WYSIWYG again. But before I do, I just wanted to offer any thoughts on what we talked about, anything resonating with anybody or not resonating. Any feelings about what we're looking at here, this diagram that we've been looking at? Does it feel like a worthwhile direction to be thinking about, or does this feel like a diversion from something more meaningful that we ought to be thinking about? Reminds me a little bit of that project. What was it called? start with like a C. They renamed it at one point. So some generally positive feelings about this. I think it was Personium. I think this is it, but it's worth looking at some point. This conversation might be interesting. It was built with Go. No, it's not Nextcloud. It was some kind of like smaller project built by a former Google engineer, if I remember right. Camly stored. Thank you. Now called Perkeep. Well done, Thunk Tank. Yeah, Brad Fitzgerald, I think. No, I'm just curious who it was. I want to say Brad Fitzgerald. A bunch of people who are not Brad Fitzgerald. Maybe it's Fitzpatrick. Yeah, this had some similar ideas. No longer active. Might be worth poking around at it, see what ideas they had going on. As I recall, one of the things they were doing was sort of something that I don't totally love personally, which is using it for archival of information from existing services. Yeah, like syncing your tweets and things like that. I don't like dead data. I don't like archival. I mean, archival's fine. It's worth, doing, but as your main use case, I don't like dead data. It's one of the reasons why I kind of don't like the idea of like integrating with existing social networks, because there's a degree to which it's dead data. Yeah, it's not to say that there's not potential use cases to dead data, no question. Search corpuses, analysis, possibly inferring trust graphs, things like that. I mean, dead data is technically like what Google is. I mean, snapshots of data. So obviously dead data is like, yeah, movies, so databases like that. But things like tweets, like it's okay. But one of the things I don't like about that is like, it's dead data, so you can't, it's one of the reasons why I'm a little averse to kind of focusing on like integrating existing social networks and things like that, because like, well, unless you have bidirectionality, unless it's live data, yeah, right. So kind of tweets are, unless, yeah, you articulated it well, Thuntake. Barring a couple of really specific use cases, things like researchers or things like that, tweets are just not super interesting dead data. Or a search engine for Twitter, which, fine, but not knocking down the doors for that. Seeing as Twitter already has a search engine. Same with like Facebook, and like it's why like whenever Facebook is like, hey, Facebook and Twitter, we do data exports. You can export your data. What are y'all complaining about? Fuck you. You all know that's not what we want. We want the live network. That's what we want access to. Well, that's what the regulation asks for. I mean, yeah, it's not like bad, it's just not interesting. If we were to switch entirely to the data mesh, then running on localhost would actually be a serviceable way to do things. Okay, well, this has been interesting and productive. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break, 5-10 minutes, goof around on Twitter for a little bit, and then we're going to dig into continuing work on the editor. Yeah. All right, back in a bit, y'all. I would never forget about you. Just had a lot of stupid tweeting to do, you know? It's my second job. What would the world do without my dumb tweets? I'm out of coffee. The thing about running out of coffee at 3 o'clock is you always think, hey, I should make another pot of coffee, and then you drink like one sip and then it's just wasted. Alright. So we were working on this little selector here. I've decided that this summer is going to be hot boy summer. Who's with me? I'm going to need a few yeses from the street. Hot boy summer. That's what I'm talking about, Nina. Hot boy summer. Who doesn't get excited? It's more a vibe. The fiery hearts, I feel like, are the real hot boy summer vibe. That one feels right on point. Alright, so we got two problems hitting us here. Okay. Nice. Go. It's a hot boy summer party. which is kind of upsetting when I say it out loud. Okay, now we have a little bit of a problem with registering clicks inside of the tiny MCE. Tiny MCE is an iframe, which means that it's not closing. So spend a little bit more time, futzing with the pains and gains. Probably think you saw all that, and then spend some time futzing around with a concept that was anchored around, in particular, personal data ownership. And perhaps as a close second, being a good platform for third-party applications. And I would recommend popping back in the stream to see all the conversation around it, maybe like an hour back. All right. Cool. When you do come back, anybody feel free to chime in with some thoughts about what we all talked about there. Okay, so I think what we can do is inside rich text, we'll import the context menu. And then we'll just call context menu.destroy whenever the selection changes. Actually, whenever state change occurs. That did it. All right, now we need a way for tiny to change to header. really like a command we can fire. Possibly format block. Let's try that. How about that? Block quote probably shouldn't be in there. And looks like the list move isn't working. What about monospace? So that is. So that's right. Block quote probably shouldn't be. And then let's see why list might be failing. Okay, so it doesn't seem to like that. Okay, so it looks like we gotta do this instead. So, yeah, we'll do a switch e.detail.tag name, with this being the default. Insert unordered list. Didn't need to do that. Great. Very good. It's great. Alright, block quote is out of this list. Given how common bulleted and numbered lists are, I'm sort of inclined to say that they shouldn't be a subheading. Same with like H1, to be honest. That-ish. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Right. Probably would be good to have that selector change based on what we're currently on. Okay. I think we can work with that. get topmost-ish HTML element. It's topmost-ish because it won't always be the topmost. If you're inside of a block quote, for instance, you can have headers inside of block quotes, and that's what we're looking for. So node return nothing, while node and node dot parent Why are you being like that? You were happy a second ago. Alright, so let's take a look at the selection documentation here, because obviously get node stops being useful when there's a broader selection, but possibly get start. Would be consistent. Indeed. So now if I... Oh shoot, I don't have a way to wrap that in a block quote. Alright. Let's throw in the block quote control real fast. We'll put that right there, how about? Okay. That's looking good. Style headings can happen inside of bulleted lists A. Not sure they should. In that case, we should see if we can't remove the list first. That's more like it. Looking good, looking good. All right. And then I think we just need to add a table control. And let's see what it takes to insert a table. Okay. All right. So why are you acting like you're kind of futzy? It must consider the border to be optional. That's probably what that is. Like something you would configure about the table. And so the dotted lines mean no table is going to be visible. So we'll have to. We'll have to see about how to counteract that. At some other point, not right now. Okay, so that's basically all of the tiny MCE behaviors.
CTZN.
That working. Didn't get the HR in there yet. Also need to get links going. Yeah, we sort of got them going. Need a way to remove the link. That sort of works. So next up, we could handle things like, let's go ahead and get the toolbar handling, getting controls in there for like adding blocks. And there's really sort of two things we're going to need. We're going to need the ability to add a block after the current block. The rich text is going to need the ability to split the current block, as well as could set up a way for them to merge together or automatically merge them whenever a block is deleted. That might be how we handle that. I think we're going to need block CSVG. Alright, let's see how my SVG work did for me. Not amazing. Alright, so how can we improve on that? It's a little skewed. Let's try testing a couple of changes. Starting by... No, not you. Is it possible for me to change the canvas size? I don't know if we would want to, though, because we want it to be kind of a regular size, similar to the others. So I think we want it to be a box. So let's just try upping the stroke width significantly. Okay. So it's starting to look, like it should, generally speaking. Stroke width is going to need to be larger than that. More like 75? You're allowed to do that? Yeah. Alright, so the plus will have to be bigger, and then we need to get more rounding on the edges. Okay. So the vertical of the plus, a little smaller. The thickness of the plus could be higher. Otherwise, I think we're good. little too fat on that plus now, and there's a little bit of a rendering edge on it. It doesn't look great. Probably get a sense of this by zooming it out. Yeah. We got some aliasing occurring that's not ideal. Let's give that a shot. Maybe the sort of thing where it looks okay in some sizes and not in others. Which happens. Got them subpixels working against you. I can live with that for now. Alright, do I have a way to possibly duplicate? How about copy and paste? That's all I needed, so that works for me. Alright, so I'm going to now center and move you up. And I'm unfortunately probably not going to be able to use this shape. What I actually need is a poly line. Hey Lorenzo. Alright, let's see how that looks. not bad. I'd like it better if I didn't have a white background in it, but actually I don't know if I mind that. Could also have slightly more rounding on the caps. Let's see if I can control that. Doesn't seem like I can, so we may have to just live with it. Okay. One more that we need, which is to delete the block. Okay, that looks right. Something really nice about SVG is, if I ever have to come back and work on this, I can import the SVG. Not losing my source material. So that's handy. Alright, not quite a winner. Looks like I need a little bit more outline around the X. I'll be pretty generous with that outline. The X itself may actually need to be bigger as well. It's legible, but it's still a little bit hard to look at, not 100% obvious. So I think we just need to make that X outline even bigger. And the X may need to be bigger as well. modify it a little bit to avoid that slight pixel edge there, but I think that might be the right approach. Okay. Those are pretty clear, I think. Alright then, now the question of how to approach these sorts of things. I don't know if we need that change to heading on that. Hey, Jacko. y'all are just joining, skip back maybe to the beginning or kind of the first half of the day. There was a lot of free-ranging conversation about value proposition and what we're working on. So if you're kind of interested in more big picture stuff rather than me working on the editor, we got that for you. And now we can finally get rid of those unsightly rich text blocks. Got a block embedding problem. Right. Come back to that. Perfect. Let's see. Seems like that fixed it. Let's see what we got. I think it worked. Yep. That's block splitting done. What happens if they do the selection? Might be a good idea to make split block consider the selection as a third block, so like a range middle. So now that should split that into its own block. Indeed it did. Okay. Actual block controls, the actual blocks themselves may need to be a little more apparent than I'm currently doing, given this kind of manual block management, so to speak. Could be that the whole split block concept is the wrong idea. Could be that it ought to be, if you have a cursor inside of a rich text and you do an add block, it just splits the block automatically and inserts the block there. That might actually be the right way to do this. That might actually be the right way to do this. But the split block concept may not be the right idea. At least not as a tool, but that code is still useful. But yeah, I think that's right. I don't think we want a split block button. I'm just going to disable it for now. Something's not right. So the regular split works fine. So far, so good. And then when I do an insert rich text there, index is wrong. That's what's wrong. Is the index always going to currently coming out of 0? Not always. That. That part's wrong. Back. I think actually the way this should work is that you should never actually add a rich text block. It's just that rich text blocks sort of inherently surround blocks always, or are easy to add, so to speak. I'm sort of inclined to say. Figure out what that's about. Possibly this screwing up. Let's see, data model. We make a card. That should fall back to. See if we can't isolate where that not iterable is coming from. is not iterable. This minified text is not helping me. Aha, that would be it. So the only thing that would make this a little better is if it just didn't have the random space beginning to appear whenever you did that. That kind of white space. When I insert there, it's getting that extra new line in there. See if I can modify how this operates to fix that. Probably not. It might just be easier to look for an empty element and remove it, trim it out. Let's see if that succeeded. Yeah, it looks like it did. Good deal. Okay, so we're coming along. Let's go ahead and commit this.
Citizen.
And what do you say we implement the code block? Ought to be interesting.
Using script.
I hate this music. Completely fucking hate it. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. So it's funny how the code would be the one that I'm doing first, because this might be a case where we actually need a something like Code Mirror to get a nice experience. How big is Code Mirror? I'd rather prefer that it be something very small. Just don't need a lot of features here.
Citizen.
I just had to hide the screen because my downloads was about to pop up onto the feed. Alright. Made it just in time. Is that a build? That's the full thing. So it's about 398 kilobytes. No, with the CSS, it's a square 400 kilobytes. And there it is. Happened this time. Thankfully nothing super embarrassing in there right now. Alright, what's the ace build look like? Looks like I'd have to build it myself. Find out. funny because all I really need is a text area with line numbers. Let's take a look at this demo here.
Here's a resolution for you to stop overeating. Use a
All right,
supplement
how
with
did they do
extra
this?
moderation, and say goodbye to unnecessary calendar invites. Get started for free today at asana.com. That's ASANA.
That's a cool track. Okay, so it looks like the way that this person is doing it is just counting the numbers and adding the DOM notes, which probably is the right call compared to, like, you know, the whole importing a whole friggin' code editor for this one use case. I wonder. works. Nice. So the iterator pattern worked on that one, or the generator pattern, which is nice. Alright, so now let's get this stuff correct. Huh. Somehow we ended up with getting auto sizing for free. Damn, y'all nailed it. So if I were to say true or false, now this is pod racing. True, right? Seems 100% true. It's working pretty well. I'm definitely getting into the realm of, like, you know, what I was hoping for out of this whole WYSIWYG. We have this nice sort of It's almost like modality to the blocks, you know?
A different future starts with you. That's why GoDaddy does more to help you find a name. You can create, sell, and get found online so any small business can make a change. We need a new generation of thinking, your way of thinking. Start different at GoDaddy.com.
Seems to be good. Tell you what'll be hard is if we ever want to be able to like take this code block and drag it inside of the rich text. I think it's doable, but it won't be. I'll have to like, it'll be tricky. That's all I can say. Well, Markdown is not going to be able to handle a whole lot more of the stuff that we're going to be throwing at this in the pretty near future. How would you do things like a post view? Like, if you'd rather work with the text, then in that case what you really just want is an HTML editor. What you're asking for is a straight HTML editor. That would be the answer to what you're asking for. Which one, you know, we could certainly argue that maybe the right way to be going at this is rather than building out a WYSIWYG, is just to let the MVP be an actual HTML editor. I kind of don't think so. But you can definitely, you know, it's not in there yet, but being able to switch to an HTML editor is definitely something that is a possibility. Presently nothing, but eventually what it would do is select all the blocks. Yeah, I mean, really, what you're asking for is the ability to jump into the source code. Have a source editor. Oh, how would we handle the embedded elements? The UI elements? Like, the code thing is a bad example. Like, what about post view? Or post feed? Users lists, things like that. That's what this whole thing is about. Markdown is strictly rich text. We're doing more than rich text. We're doing UI construction. Yeah, but at that point it's basically the same thing. Which, you know, we could do that. We could just do a Markdown editor. I mean, you can also, like, very easily create an editor which presents HTML as Markdown and, like, converts between the two. It's a relatively trivial thing to do as well. Yeah, like, if you have to look at, like, right. It's not that I have a problem with. I have no problem with a source editor, and I have no problem with the source editor having the ability to present HTML as Markdown. But like, this is what we're creating. We're creating a better version of this interface here. You know, where you're able to. Give me my follows. Sure. Could use a little bit of a break anyway. I don't know what TipTap2 is, so I don't know if I research if that's another competing editor to Prose Mirror or anything like that. But generally, what I was looking for was something that I both felt like I could kind of get to the point of comfortably working with without spending more than, you know, haven't spent more than half a week so far on this. And yeah, I didn't come across TipTap2. Pretty much with all of the editors, I ran into a kind of a combination of things that were concerning me about them. Ranging from like the mobile experience not being very good, to the complexity of the toolkit being pretty high, and you know, for understandable reasons. But at the end of the day, what I really need is a UI builder that is able to kind of like farm out the rich text sections to some other code to be able to handle that elegantly, and then a blocks editor that kind of exists as an overlay, which is exactly what I'm building. So I had a diagram showing what I was dealing with here. So with using some kind of framework like Prose Mirror, it would be like you have a rich text editor, and then you have like the components and the widgets that you're putting inside of it as like elements inside of there, which is really not the behavior I want in general, because it's like, you know, these are block elements with potentially sophisticated behaviors about like layout and things. So I switched over to this approach, which is a blocks-oriented approach, where the rich editors are like just one of the kinds of blocks. And it basically is like a top level controller. Let me add one other piece of this to kind of demonstrate one key aspect of like what this, how the kind of direction this is going, or how it's motivated. One moment. So, notice how the toolbar changes based on whether or not I'm doing rich text versus I'm in the code editor, the code component. So it's a highly contextual tool set here. Yeah, one moment here. The output will end up being HTML. It's all, but there's a pretty clear structure to how these documents are done, which is just kind of like if the any segment of top-level text that is traditional HTML goes into a rich text editor, in this case TinyMCE, and any HTML that is our custom components, which we're using these web components to do, like, you know, what we're doing is a superset of HTML using web components to have kind of live widgets. When we run into those, we use a different control than the WYSIWYG, you know. So it's a combination of things. It's possible that I hadn't seen TipTap, and you know, one of the things with ProseMirror, it's hard to get started with ProseMirror because it's really a toolkit more than a good starting point. But you know, it's entirely possible that something like TipTap could end up working well. But I have a feeling that, you know, what we're doing here is pretty custom. It's not very often that you're using something like ProseMirror to build something that's kind of closer to a UI builder than a document editor, which this really gets into. Like, especially once we get components for blocks for doing layout, like grids, it starts to get much more complex along that dimension. Possible TipTap could do it. Wouldn't say it's not possible by any stretch. Huh. Some neat features there. Okay, interesting. Can I move it around? Editable space within the view component. So it's definitely getting into the realm of what we're talking about. Love to see how it handles these components moving around and interacting with each other. I'm surprised I didn't come across this. This is quite nice. I might have done with this initially if I had seen it. Yeah, but the best code is the code you don't write. Those are some fun shortcuts there, too. It's all good. It's also clearly got the, you know, it's got some nice tooling for doing a custom UI. Huh. Well, You know, the last thing that I would really love to see is just something a little bit more about these embedded components and how they interact with the text buffer. Like moving them around and things. Where is the to-do example? Is that like what we saw in the, like this thing right here? Oh, fuck. Huh. This is pretty fucking good. No, I've just found what I needed to find. Ooh, man. I'm really glad you brought this to my attention. This may be a real fucking winner. I mean, first of all, this is quite good, just generally speaking. This is one of the best things. I can't believe I didn't see this into my research, because this is a nice editor. The examples they have put together are very clean. Huh. Alright, let me test on mobile. If this thing works on mobile, I'll have to look a little bit more, but you may have just saved me a lot of time. Draggable item bit. Looks like this thing, one thing I will say is it looks like it's sort of opinionated around using possibly Vue or React, which I can live with. Okay. The dragging example doesn't work on mobile, unfortunately. But I can appreciate that would maybe take some custom work, that maybe their example just wasn't set up for that. Okay. And the menu is definitely customizable, so I can, make that work one way or another. That is very not bad. This is a shockingly better presentation of Prose Mirror than Prose Mirror by default. It's the same concepts where you're extending the schema and things like that, but just about 1 billion trillion times simpler in how it presents itself. A bazillion, maybe? Bazillion times simpler in its presentation? Huh. Did a Tip Tap 2 write this? Okay. Hmm. Pretty darn good. Oh man, yeah. I mean, nothing would make me happier than to be able to not custom build this. Well, I think with that, that seems like a a good stopping point for today. Maybe we'll pick up tomorrow with evaluating this thing. Yeah, this looks pretty promising. Really appreciate you sharing. I'm glad I managed to. Glad you pushed through and got me to look at it. Appreciate you doing that. Hey, hey. Have we met before, Robert? Your name seems super familiar. Sweet. You're in good company. Oh, right on. That makes sense. As far from my perspective, as I understand it, if you're a developer in New Zealand, you are probably employed by Lumio, or the what is Lumio's parent ecosystem called? Forget. But that, if I went by that heuristic, I'm teasing, but in a way, I think I'd have a 99% hit rate. Somebody says, I'm a dev from New Zealand. Oh, Lumio? Yeah. Really? What's the parent group that Lumio is a part of? And Spiral. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Oh, so you use... Are you saying you use TipTap for Lumio? Word, okay. Well, that just adds even more weight behind the endorsement.
Well,
Brilliant. So, what do you do? This side of the page is going to be a page dedicated to a single concept. Maybe a group call to action. Or maybe a creative channel. Or even a collaborative financial decision, just like this one. Inside the thread, not only do you want the conversations clear for everyone, but you can also add all sorts of supporting information, like links from pages, images, and even technical one or expertise of one. Below is no discussion of media tools and collective intelligence models. It's less like a social media platform or instant messaging, more like a super easy to plug in email thread. Your button is where you can add your threads, your contributions to something, or you can also use one of our facilitation tools. They serve many purposes.
Yeah, it's definitely our bubble.
And everything seems to work many. So let me give you an example. Let's explore the decision together. So here is the decision about rating our 2019 workshop reports. So what do you think about the workshops?
I haven't seen Lumio in a little bit, so it's kind of fun to see this demo.
Workshop was life-changing. And with information, application one will be a free game. Here below you can add extra crucial information along with your votes. And let's get the results. When the time limit for decision is reached, then the creator can share the decisions out.
Cool stuff.
This will be up to everyone involved what decision was reached. In this case here, 2 of the companies were super on red text, and carry on with them, and 2 of them contribution to new companies. Yeah. That was just a quick introduction. But as you've seen, with Lumio it's easy to have conversations that get to clear outcomes. Making it simple, build something together, and it really means together. You're one click away from finding the real good. See that?
Ooh, didn't want that. Aha, there we go. Yeah, I don't hate your website, but it certainly could do a better job of selling it. Get some product screenshots in here. Anyways, it's my whole dive into my own editor is little redirected, so to speak. We could circle back to the conversation we were having earlier about this particular concept of a value prop. This is a deep dive on one of the value proposition canvases that's thinking in terms of data control, or owning your data. The work I was doing on the editor would be in the realm of this here, providing a nice tool set for creating interfaces to your data. This part we would need some kind of an interface that feels more like Google Drive or similar, some way of kind of viewing and managing all your data. Connected to this area, which is the realm of choosing where to sync your data, setting up a server at home, having it automatically back up to there, things like that, controlling the privacy of your Hypercore databases. So like with Citizenry as it currently exists, we're right here. That's what we're sort of zoned in on one of the applications that can be built with the tool set. And as we're talking through all this, we're kind of thinking about going more in towards here. Let's see, now that's exactly the sort of thing that if this is a good value prop, you'd want to hear, right? Because Lumio exists, the interest for Lumio on this value prop exists over here, right? Y'all are an application developer. And so you'd want to build an application that interacts with the Citizen toolset to build the application on top of. So by no stretch am I trying to kind of like be like, aha, gotcha. Now I have to you have to commit to wanting to do that. But it's really that's exactly like we were talking earlier about like what this value prop might, where it hits on in terms of emotionally connecting people, like what makes them go like, oh great, I can now do blank. And for folks like you that build things like Lumio, it's a perfect fit. It's the kind of thing like if this were the value prop we'd pursue, we would want it to be the kind of thing where folks like y'all go like, oh, that could be a fantastic tool set to build this on top of. So this is like the third-party applications space over here in terms of value prop. And this is like the personal data management over here. With this piece right here really being the value prop of data ownership. This connects to it in the sense that it gives you a nice interface for seeing all your data, kind of a tangible, there it all is. So really these are kind of grouped together. It's where you would be managing all that kind of stuff. And then the dynamic pages, which is what this editor is about, is geared towards giving a nice tool for interacting with your data. Because you know, we have this problem of kind of data universality going on here, right? Like this is universal data store. OMG. Yeah. We're generally, the work that we're doing here is more in the realm of having control over your data as opposed to, you know, adapt. There's some kind of dappy qualities to it, I suppose, but cool. This library seems to be growing. So So from the perspective of a data manager, one of the challenges that of course comes up is not only the organization of these tons and tons of different kinds of data, but also just the fact that the semantics of the data, because it's meant to be relatively universal, you're going to have other kinds of applications coming in. You're going to have to come up with representations that are, you know, easy, relatively easy for users to understand. And actually presenting the information in a way that, like, you know, one interface can handle without custom code, of course, stops being feasible pretty quick. Something like a poll, for instance, let's say, think about like Lumio, so you have some kind of a Lumio vote, Lumio poll, something like that. Properly representing that information in a universal interface, you know, is rather hard to do, so you would expect the schemas that are installed to give some minimal amount of information to at least provide an iconographic rendering along these lines. And possibly, so this would be iconographic renderings of the data. Depending on how effective the custom, the HTML superset is, it is also possible to do embedded renderings. In which case you end up with things like this. Documents may actually stay iconographic. And you know, so presumably you would have a kind of a, as the custom schemas kind of come into play, you would have a kind of a set of possibilities in the iconographic space. If there's no rendering, it would be something generic like that. Whereas if the schema indicates in its definition how to render itself in the iconographic form, you'd have something like that. Likewise with embedded, it might default to something like let's actually stick to it. So this is the sort of general purpose knowledge manager interface you'd have, and then the custom pages would be leveraging the same tools, more or less, but to create spaces of your own making. And presumably up to some limit, there's the user created HTML, and then there's the schema defined HTML, which is kind of what we're getting at here and here. And then there's the possibility for application defined dynamic pages, so to speak. or even a kind of more along the lines of potentially. The difference between an application-defined one and a user-defined one is probably just kind of comes down to whether or not the WYSIWYG would be sufficient, or if you're going to need to write some HTML. Just call it an advanced. So the whole dynamic pages thing, it's really just HTML with some new HTML elements, a superset of HTML. That's all there is to it. Designed to get away from having any custom JavaScript involved. So just a higher level UI kit that's geared towards keeping you from having to go to third-party applications until you actually absolutely have to. I think we're giving Excalibur a run for its money. It's kind of, yeah, broadly, I think a very accurate description. And this whole area right here is, you know, the dynamic pages bit is what we've been exploring the most lately. Motivated by, you know, wanting to have our social forum application be able to do these custom pages. And what we've been talking about this week in particular is bringing in something along, you know, basically bringing in something like this part here, which is the kind of personal data store part of it. So while it's, you know, it's kind of really three different focuses. You got the personal data locker, personal data store, personal cloud, management of your data. You've got the pages, which are designed to give you something that you can do a tool set for working with your data, for getting utility out of it, and then the applications platform for people to be able to build applications against it. Really aiming all sort of in the own your data vibe, personal cloud, personal data locker vibe. That's fine. I'm much more keen to have something that feels like Notion than a Markdown editor. Dropbox has a similar sort of product. What is that called? Like Dropbox Pages? Paper. There's our little infographic kind of showing this line of thinking. It's very similar. They're thinking very productivity oriented.
Take from you. User experience satisfying, rewarding.
Says you.
Back to the YouTube channel. It is Fact Check Still here. Today we'll be diving into Dropbox Paper. We're going to explore products and application and take some document space. Especially the post. I'll tell you about you know what that is as well. We've got an application. We're going to explore how it works. What do you use about resource and everything, pricing and details. Facts. But before we begin, today's video is also about people. Here's the little more. So first, it is great to have someone like that concept here. Which also has the feedback on the paper presentation for anywhere and websites for people. So as we've got to take a comparison with the video and the data sharing with emails. However, it actually has a little bit more than a standard extra feedback. So it's only got the paper and however it comes from the email assign tasks, assign people to consider tasks, and then there's no way to keep around the time and so let's create a few document and so the actual head question is so this is very similar to those document paper for people to use. I don't paper and use it in regular document, so that's something that you can explore. Lots of work for you. So this is outstanding process, something you can work.
Probably the most significant difference between something like Dropbox Paper and what we're talking about building is just that Dropbox doesn't have semantic knowledge of its data store, whereas we do. We're not a file storage system like Dropbox is, we're a semantic database.
Okay, so we've got a picture. I want everyone to get on this. So let's set up Dropbox paper. I'll set it up. And it's shared. Then you have to so we get to the live. Would you have questions like this and last week? Perfect. Nice quality. Step on laptop design. See what's happening?
Another difference is that I actually would prefer to have a difference between editing mode and reading mode.
Okay, now let's see if we can files next. Yes, that's it. Sign up and stuff. Otherwise, I'm jumping my phone or tablet. So that's it. Nice work, Dave. Sign up for Dropbox paper today. It's free.
You have no idea what your teams can accomplish until you've tried. Monday.com.
Yeah, you gotta describe the link to me and I can get it going for you, but nah, it's a total ban. I can't change YouTube's behavior that way. This is neat. I want to see what that property thing does. Yeah, interesting. So they're automatically linkifying phrases, which I find pretty surprising, to be honest. That right there. They typed in Luke Skywalker, and it seems to have auto-linked. I want to see what that property button does. It's a pretty good product. Uses tit tat. There you have it. I'm sold.
Using Squarespace got my business started from jail and forward. Yeah, I mean, the thing that I just can't help but think about is, like, if you took a tool like this and had it integrated into Facebook, how useful a tool like this could be. Facebook providing your kind of personal data store in that scenario, and the social interactivity, the social network to query against, the whole social graph and all the content that comes with it.
possibly. It sort of depends on the conceptualization of what the tool is for. I almost kind of wonder if the, like, I almost wonder if it would be more accurate to say that you actually don't use real-time editing in the sort of page creator, but you could drop into it a real-time editing UI. Because a real-time editor is a constrained environment in a lot of ways. Really, editing mode in general is kind of, in my opinion, a constrained environment. Because you're expected to kind of like, where do I put this? I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it's a little simpler if you make editing versus using a modal thing. Similar to how, like, futzing around on YouTube, for instance, there are all sorts of interactive controls inside of here that I would want to use, but if this thing were editable at the same time, or if I had an expectation of editability, it might be kind of a pain. Yeah, so my point there being that, like, yeah, you know, you could get real-time editing in there, certainly if you wanted to. If you wanted to do, you know, as I'm describing, a modal system where you're in editing mode or usage mode. But it doesn't become a must-have to have real-time collaboration if it's modal. If it's not modal, then you really kind of do need to have real-time collaboration. I guess you don't like have to, but I think you would expect it, because if the thing is editable by default, it's just very easy to like clobber each other's work. I don't know. At any rate, broadly speaking, I would try to avoid real-time collaboration until it's a must-have, because it's a complicated thing to do. Though maybe not so bad with TipTap. Who knows? I'm biased against complex features. It's kind of why I'm immediately run away from. We got, or that's not quite true. I try to pick my complex features as selectively as possible. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, I do agree that, you know, having collaborative text buffers is really nice. I just almost wonder if, like, you know, maybe the way it happens is basically like having widgets like this on the page. I mean, that's great, right? Like, if TipTap ends up being the winner, which it looks like there's a good chance it is, that becomes way less of a problem than if we were using an editor that I made. All right, well, I'm going to wrap up the stream and mull over all these thoughts that we've been talking through today. Thank you again, Robert, for the suggestion. Looking forward to diving into this tomorrow. Yeah, I'm familiar with YJS for sure. And I have my second vaccination appointment tomorrow, which is exciting. But it means that tomorrow will be a little bit truncated. That's at 4 o'clock tomorrow. So we'll pick up tomorrow and we'll play around with TipTap a little bit. You bet. I hope everybody has a great rest of your Thursday or beginning of your Friday, depending on what time zone you're in, and I will catch you all next time. See you later.
Citizens. Citizens.